Yo, what up? Welcome back to another of my streams. Decided to hop on here today for a few hours and do a little bit more work on this app. I'm doing a lot of work offline in terms of getting things set up on my actual server and making sure things are functioning properly there. Doing some testing there. Still kind of tightening up some of my SEO and content pages that I need. I finished some of my branding, set up email. So I've done a bunch over the last few days offline and decided, be a good time to kind of hop back on here and fully kind of like finish setting up a few things that I think were really close to kind of finishing. One of those being I want to set up the initial kind of groundwork in terms of payments. I'd rather do that now than try to like do that later on when I launch. So I'm trying to get the kind of basics down, the kind of skeletons of what I'm going to be building on top of, so that involved me kind of fully developing a kind of payment structure that I plan on doing, finding all the tools that I think I want to do it with, and all that. And now I'm kind of currently in the middle of implementing this. So I thought this would be kind of a cool stream to kind of show you guys live because, payments are a necessary thing of a lot of apps and builds, and I've learned a lot. This is my first kind of full kind of attempt at something like this for one of my own apps. So I've definitely learned a lot that I'm going to be applying to a lot of my other apps and future kind of builds. And I thought that you guys might be interested in seeing, everything else that comes with it because it's definitely a learning process. I would say this is probably one of the more outside of kind of member management and role permissions and all that with my status. This is definitely right up there in terms of complexity and like some very, very kind of thought thought exercises, so to say, of basically how to manage and handle user UX experience, how to handle roles, how to handle permissions, properly defining all these different little things that you might not think about when you're talking about implementing a payment thing. There's just so many things that you have to consider, especially when you're setting up something that's based on subscriptions and access. And when you start getting to access and authentication, all that, things can get complicated very fast from what I've been experiencing so far. So this has definitely been a learning kind of thought experience for me, thought experiment for me for the least. And I thought you guys might kind of enjoy seeing some of this process too. So currently in the middle of this build right now, implementing my initial, like I said, payments and payment structure. I already got my schema set up. I figured out what kind of payment processor or payment, yeah, processing kind of platform I wanted to use. I looked into Stripe and all those other kind of standard, industry standard kind of payment processors, and basically I actually ended up using just I think it's relatively new. I've never really heard about it, so I kind of deep dove Lemon Squeezy. They are also a payment processor slash storefront, and a big kind of benefit from there that I've seen and why I chose them is that they are a merchant of record, meaning that they handle all of the taxes, both internationally and domestically, for you for a slightly higher kind of transaction fee, which is I think like 5% versus like I think Stripe maybe like 2%, 2.5%, and I understand that, but not having to manage the accounting of taxes and nexus of sales and all those other things that can come with the complexity of business is a godsend for a SaaS that you're trying to make this as hands off as possible. So I'll pay the higher fee until maybe I kind of grow or expand to a level where I can afford my own kind of personal accountant and things like that and personal people to set that up. But Lemon Squeezy is something that I've started using for the first time, and so far it's been a pretty pleasant experience. Like very easy to implement and understand, and yeah, so I'm kind of going through that process right now. Some feedback. It might be the music. Yeah. All right. So, like I said, still kind of building this out with my agent in tow, obviously. Kind of walk through the paces. I'm actually almost kind of done getting to like a testing phase. So let's walk through this. All right, made some APIs for my billing checkout, billing downgrade, and then it actually built those APIs. And obviously, I already did all my setting up in terms of the API keys and everything on Lemon Squeezy itself. Not going to show that, but very easy, straightforward kind of process. Still waiting on final approval in terms of verifying, my identity and all that business details that you have to do, but it's pretty straightforward kind of process. All right, these are guards. If there's no organization, environment are required. Validate your ID against the no. Hold on. Billing checkout. Get session. Body. There's no organization ID. There's no variant ID. Caller must be the okay. Caller must be the workspace owner. Only workspace owners can manage billing. All right, let me see this. All right, create checkout. Let me squeeze it to an ID. Passing the variant ID based on the plan. Variant ID is just the product plan that I set up on my actually Lemon Squeezy account. Email name, custom. All right, and I'm passing along. So this is coming from Lemon Squeezy's JS package, and then I'm passing along a custom variable parameter data of my actual organization ID and my user ID. Yeah, see, this is assuming. That's what I was worried about. I think I need to redo this. Yes, the entire web so-far workspace level billing, a description is attached. Handle billing at the workspace level. That doesn't really make sense because it should be at the user level, and then it can check that user in the workspace to see if he has the appropriate kind of subscription level to access the pro features, so to speak, of that workspace because he's the owner. So might need to do a pretty significant work refactor. Let me see. Yeah, so I'm going to have to do a pretty significant refactor, I think. Scale takes only variant ID, user from session, ID needed. Downgrade affects the user's account and immediately freezes all their own workspaces to free limits. All right, so I'm going to rework this because it's currently set up to be based on workspace subscriptions, but as a user, you can have multiple workspaces and just kind of a complicated payment situation. But let's figure this out. To freeze. All right, so like I said, as of right now, I have a table called workspace subscriptions, but as my app is a little bit more complicated than that, it doesn't make sense to handle subscriptions on a per workspace level because then you have to manage your subscriptions across all workspaces. I need to refactor this to be a user subscriptions and then base all my workspace permissions and features and access gating based on the user subscription level. So that's what I'm going to have to do. Pretty significant refactor. I don't know why. I was kind of worried about that, but so one thing about AI is that you need to be very clear and you have to understand the limits and the benefits of certain changes that it makes and decisions that it makes because this I'm glad I got this early. So this is a fairly easy enough refactor, I think, to kind of build from. But if I'd have caught this later on, this would have been very annoying to have to almost completely scrap and rebuild this whole thing. So let's give me a full plan. All right, provide with a full implement this new payment. All right, I'll need you to spin all the code first. Give me the plan. workspace role permissions. All right, so user subscriptions. You're gonna provide it the or the sending again, so it's foreign. All right. It's basically just refactoring the source of truth in terms of handling permissions and access and everything taken away from the workspace itself and to the owner of the workspace, which is also going to be referencing the user. So that's going to be the pretty much refactor that I'm going to have to implement on this. Oh, we're in here. Let's see. These should be my only errors. All right, so if I run this, it should clear those out. And I did. All right, let's come here. All right, so it finally gave me a full refactor plan. Always try to get your plan in place ahead of time. It'll avoid issues like I just had. Copy this to a separate page. I always have it. Such as refactor. So, all right, basically it's gonna rename and change the fields in my workspace subscriptions to be user subscriptions, and then update all my foreign keys and indexes, and then obviously relations and all that. And then create table with user ID, same other columns, drop. It's just migrations, and then it's gonna refactor all of the files that were already created for handling freezes and handling quotas. So, all right, let's go. Let's go ahead and tell it to implement phase one. And that weird flight issue that be happening. Let me come in here. Organization / access. Century. All right, let's come here. Shoot, my bad. Let's come here. It's just basically happens, so I don't need to continually get these reloads on my local build. Should fix that, and then let's come here. Mohammed B over there on Twitch, man. What up? First time here, man. Welcome. Thanks for joining the stream. All right, let's see what it did. So yeah, it didn't do a full rebuild, but it just renamed so I understand exactly what each table is doing. Instead of basing it on workspace subscriptions, actually you want to do user subscriptions and use your user ID now as the kind of foreign key. Update my indexes. Then I should have one subscription. Cool. No more of that. Because it's no longer based on the organization, but on the actual user. So you can remove those. And then user subscription relations, you have one user based on their subscription school. So let's do that, and then let's regenerate this. User created, renamed, user ID column, created or renamed for another column. I think it's renamed. Let's migrate that. All right, cool. So no errors. And then skip that. How I'm doing? I'm good, man. Good. How's your day, night going? I don't know where you are in the world, but how's it going over there? What am I working on? I am building a SaaS, a service as a service. I mean, system as a service application that I've been building for, I don't know, the last almost a month now, maybe a little bit over a month. I'll show it here in a second, but basically something to help people manage projects and clients and all that. Why is this not? Thank you. All right, I already ran generation and migration. Phase A, phase B. Should have happened. Let me check my drizzle. Migrations. Rename the column. Drop constraints. All right, I mean, the migration looks good. Now, next phase is you enjoying the AI hallucination? um, I'm pretty good at. I say I've gotten pretty good at managing AI and limiting exactly what it does and what it should be doing. I never let it kind of just run crazy all over my application because yeah, you do get some crazy hallucinations and some very odd decision making. So I'm basically kind of doing this right now. I had told it to set up some things earlier, and and I had to basically do a complete refactor. So yeah, there's always issues. So, but hallucinations, I think I'm pretty good about catching those and making sure it stays on track. I never just give it free reign to just do what it does what it wants to, because then that's when you get some crazy outputs. I'm doing good. It's nighttime here. That's what's up. You developer, you in software. What do you do? All right, so I'll update my quota, rewrite, join members, same plan, default. If no owner, sub found. All right, so this should just refactor these two files. It shouldn't be too crazy. You said I'm full stack. I'm more into back end. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm growing more and more into full stack myself. Back end has definitely been my probably by my least skilled aspect of this, and I've definitely the last few months I've been diving full into it and kind of learning the full backend structures and how to manage servers, VPSs, and hosting, and how to manage databases and all that. So I was definitely more of a designer and a front end, but I'm started to build my own kind of like full stack apps, and honestly, it's pretty fun. Like it's pretty dope that you get to learn and understand like the entire process from start to finish. It's been a learning experience to say the least, but yeah, that's dope. Do you build things on your own? Back end is more fun for me, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back and forth for me. I enjoy systems, so I enjoy like actually building things. So you have to know backend if you're going to actually build something meaningful. So learning that has been pretty kind of fulfilling for me, but I still enjoy design very much. Maisha over there on YouTube. Hi, man. What up, man? How's it going? Tyler K. Yo, just found your channel on YouTube. What's up, man? Thanks for joining the stream. How y'all nights going? Days going, wherever you're at? Mohammed, yep, agree. Yeah, man, like there's a lot. I mean, front end is fairly easy to understand, I think. I don't think it's a very tough learning curve, but when you start getting to the back end and you start learning APIs and you start learning, hosting things specifically in deployments, and learning Docker was a big thing for me, and all these other things, and like testing, and yeah, it's a lot. But I feel like once you kind of learn that stuff, the world just opens up completely, and like there's literally nothing stopping you from building anything you want. And I think that's such a dope ability to have. So that's something I'm definitely trying to work towards, to be able to just spin up anything I want at a moment's notice. And there's just so many tools and options to learn and kind of go with, but it's definitely been a tough journey, but it's been a fun one. All right, let's see what I read. So I added, there's also organization IDs where the given user is a non-deleted owner. Okay, so basically I'm finding all the organizations that a member is an owner of, and then it should be coming here. All right, and then it comes into here, and I want to freeze all workspaces owned by the owner, given to the plans limits. All right, this just handles downgrades basically for subscriptions, products, or option amount for sending plus. All right. Freeze the limit, and then unfreeze all workspaces owned by the user. And then if you upgrade basically to Pro or to another plan, I will unfreeze based on all of these already. Yeah, unfreeze all. And then where's my, freeze the limit. Cool. And then added, let's see, it removed my workspace subscriptions. So all the workspace owners, and look up their user subscription. All right, so now when I go to a workspace, instead of based on the workspace's subscriptions, which it initially set up, which is annoying as fuck, it is now going into the workspace and then finding the owner of that workspace, and then finding that owner's subscription status, basically. User subscriptions that find first, where user ID equals owner member. That's a much better way to handle that for sure. It removes all this workspace calls, and now it's just basically sub equals user descriptions, find based on the user ID, find their basically plan. Cool, and then it gives you that SaaS. All right, that's much better. Mohammed, what language did you use? So first thing I ever really built something in, which was a while ago, was Ruby on Rails. Ruby on Rails was one of the first kind of full systems languages I would say I learned how to build something from start to finish. And then since I've kind of dove back into programming and software engineering, I did the JavaScript and React, and all their frameworks is kind of what I've been building on recently, trying to get really good at JavaScript. And then next ones I'm probably gonna kind of learn is Python for like backend and some AI stuff. But right now, all my current apps are built on React and JavaScript and frameworks. The framework I use right now is Refactor 7, and TypeScript. Obviously, I use TypeScript and Go mainly. Okay, Maisha, how do you say your name? I know backend is the real thing, and that sucks. Backend is super important, but can be rough. Yeah, backend is everything. That's one thing I've definitely learned. Like, it's everything. Like, doesn't matter how good your shit looks on the front end, if it works like shit or it's completely compromised on the back end, good luck. Like, that shit is not lasting. It's definitely rough though. Like, there's just so many almost counterintuitive, or not counterintuitive, but definitely opposite kind of things you have to do and learn and understand about back end coding versus front end, that it's definitely a learning curve. But I feel like once you start getting a hand of it and understanding just the general patterns, it becomes much easier, and it's just such a skill upgrade. It's kind of crazy. Tyler K, React is great. My job unfortunately has me using Angular and I hate it compared to React. See, I've never touched Angular. Like I know there's so many different like libraries, especially against JavaScript. I just kind of gravitated towards React because that was one of the easiest and quickest to learn. There's just so many like lessons out there. And then also I do some freelance work on the side and I'm kind of building that up. And pretty much every kind of contract or proposal I see out there is basically for something based on either React or some CMS and JavaScript. So like I was like, this is where most of the work is. I'm gonna just go to React, and then I'm sure the other ones aren't too difficult to learn if you learn React. React definitely has its flaws, but it just seems to be the most widely used for me. You said Mohammed for me is the opposite. The back end is straightforward, but the front end is annoying. You have to manage state and make sure UI works and looks cool. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just think that's based on kind of like how you learn in like your brain chemistry. Like I'm definitely design coded, so like front end just makes sense to me. Like I understand exactly what I need, what needs to happen. Like I'm very focused on UX and UI design and like understanding all that. Like I soak all that up very, very well and very easily. So learning front end was super easy for me. Like I learned React like very quickly in terms of like what I needed to do and what it does and all that. Like obviously there's like a bunch of deep, deep things that I could still learn, but learning front end was way easier for me to learn than learning back end in terms of like, you know, databases and servers and all that other stuff. Like that was like another language to me compared to front end. Tyler K, yeah, React is super popular. Yeah, I mean it is. Like I'm just going basically I say just go where the money is, especially jobs and all that. And like everything I've seen posted has basically been about React in some form or fashion. So might as well learn it. All right, let's go. Mohammed, their artistic touch. I mean, yeah, like it just that's the great thing about software development to me is that there are so many areas that you can kind of get into that you can kind of like really show off your skills. And for me, design is first for sure. Like I like structure and systems and architecture and like getting into the weeds of things and like getting all in the terminals and bashes and shit and doing all that stuff. But at the end of the day, like if it doesn't look good to me, I can't build it. Like it just irks me. He said, I do use React and I try to avoid front end as much as possible. I mean, the great thing about front end nowadays is that there are so many kind of packages and frameworks and structures out there that you can get going pretty quickly. Like ChatCN is a big one right now. That's pretty much what I use for all of my applications at this moment built on like React Router 7 or Remix or whatever. So I mean, it's very easy nowadays to get a good UI looking like what you kind of want to pretty immediately. Like you can get a skeleton up pretty quickly. But I get into the weeds. Like I'd be looking at like, all right, this is one pixel too far over. Like I need to go fix that right now. Like I get into the weeds of design. But in terms of like skeletons, like yeah, Chassis is great for that. That's pretty much my go-to. All right, so it refactored all this. Instead of going by organization, I'm going by project because wait, project shiny bunions. If project IDs does not need undefined. All right, so I don't need to scope this to organizations anymore because it's based on user and then user controls the workspace. Cool. All right, fetch the current user subscription, right? And then this is just cancellations basically. Um, billing downgrade, failed to cancel subscription. All right, and then mark subscription is canceled and didn't update there. All right, cool. And then it got rid of all these workspace calls. Caller must be workspace owner. See, but you are if you're making this call based on. I need to update the API too. So dashboards is billing. All right, cool. I think it needs to update my routes too. Right now it's API. No, it's building. That's fine. Grab my webhooks. All right. Mohammed Shatsian helps me so much. Yep, it's easier than it used to be. Yeah, it's so much easier. Like, I mean, one thing I don't miss about when I was first kind of like learning how to code was literally having to go in there and build out every single page, and then kind of like set up all your CSS and all your classes and managing all that. Like, I use Tailwind and I use Shatsian because it's just so much easier to prototype and build things like pretty quickly and not having to worry about setting all that up early on. I can just kind of code as I go, and then I kind of refactor into like all my classes and stuff for Tailwind. But Tailwind and Chatsian has been definitely a lifesaver in terms of getting stuff up quickly. Tyler K, you ever look into libraries? Like, yeah, absolutely. I use it all the time. It's definitely my go-to. Muhammad B, what do you use for your auth, or you roll your own? So when I was first kind of building, like I was learning, like I didn't touch any like extra tools when I was first kind of getting back into this over the last year to 2 years. No AI, no libraries, no nothing. I just learned how to build everything from the ground up myself, basically doing vanilla everything. So I used to roll my own offs a lot for my early ones, but it gets quickly overwhelming and complicated once you start to introduce other things in terms of like, two-factor authentication, passkeys, all that other stuff. And I don't enjoy that part of it. So my go-to authentication is BetterAuth. BetterAuth is my go-to for every single app that I roll these days. It is phenomenal. If you haven't tried it out, I mean, if you use React Router 7 or React or any of those kind of React frameworks, I highly suggest it. That shit is a game changer in terms of getting up a very, very powerful authentication from the start with very minimal effort. Ruby 8116, yo, what are you coding? What's up, man? Over there, YouTube, thank you for joining the chat during the stream. What am I coding? I am building a SaaS app right now that I've been building over the last, I'll say, month now. That is basically a project kind of management, client management app that allows freelancers and small businesses and agencies and all that to basically um, take a client from onboarding to completion for anything. I'll show it here in a second, but I need to kind of clean some of this up. Good. We're great to register in the route. All right, let's get that real time. Should clear that. And then actions. Let me see. All right, so this is just my webhook file to get from Lemon Squeezy, who I'm using to handle all my payments. Basically, it's listening for certain actions like order created, subscription updated, subscription canceled, expired, all that stuff. And then it's going to update my databases of the user accordingly. So, all right, that doesn't really matter. Expected hex. Buffer expected. All right, that's just making sure the signature is correct coming back from the webhook. This is my payload. All right, and then this is just my cases in terms of what I get back. So if I get order created, I'm gonna do this action. Order created, missing user ID and custom data, missing user ID. Status, customer ID first, order item, and then variant ID, order ID. Only process, not equal paid. Only process lifetime pro purchases. All right. And then you're going to update my user subscriptions with the new values of their new plan. Pro, lifetime, status, lifetime. Hold on. Let me look at this. Only process, lifetime. If variant ID does not return response. So I got a received, but hold on. Oh, okay. So this is just for my lifetime deals that I'm going to initially offer because these are one-time purchases basically, and then this is for my actual subscriptions. That's what I was kind of wondering. What package manager to use? I mean, just npm is pretty much what I've used. I haven't really dabbled that far into other things and like got to the weeds of everything, but I might start to. But npm is pretty much the starter. All right, so here's my subscription created in my lemon squeezy webhook. All right, so this is what I expect. Status variant ID comes from ID, order ID. Reduce that and ends that. Okay, this is all data I'm expecting. And if it's not in that loud, order ID, all right, you're just getting all these variables, and then you're gonna update with all those new variables. All right, cool. Then you can unfreeze all my workspaces. Updated status variant ID. I think that means, all right, so this is just gonna handle basically downgrades and possible upgrades in the future. Expired. Date ends at look up user IDs. We can freeze our workspace. Ends at updated at where subscription ID goes, and then if there's a sub, free. All right. Status strings to our DB enums. All right, so these are the status strings return. Cool. And then let me double check and make sure this doesn't work. This doesn't. This. Mohammed, wish you good luck. Time to go, man. I appreciate that, man. Thanks for joining the stream and have a good night. Maybe catch you on here again in the future. All right, so I got my webhook, phase 6 previously planned, step 7. Check the original plan. It's my webhook. All right, and then quota and freeze enforcement and API routes. Okay. Left. Should be able to get it up and running now. Let me see. Based on the completed places, or here's our mains quota enforcement and existing routes. 2000 need assert within quota. Then billing UI dashboard slash billing page. Grade equals 1. Reader target typically includes current plan display. Upgrade buttons. Downgrade cancel flow. That's how to implement this last one. All right, let's see where we're at. Okay. So I need a pricing route now. All right, so basically just enforcing my already set up limitations for based on subscription level, based coming from my quota.server right here. This is my accept invitation. Quota checks apply before adding / reactivating a member slot. The already active member path below never adds a slot, so we check here. Cool. And then in my projects page, this is basically gating if I can create a project or not. Let's see, this should be my added imports before either soft deleted member reactivation path or new member path checks. If the all right, cool. And then cool. And it should just be implementing my UI changes, which I'll come back in here later and tweak, but it should be mostly good to go. And I can kind of start running some live testing on this. For those of you that have been kind of around watching me build this, I have done a lot of work on the UI and setting up kind of like the landing page and the SEO of everything. So got mostly where I want it to go. Gonna have to change some of these placeholders, but here's my landing page. I think it looks pretty good. Some good CTAs here. Again, gonna wire this up to my pricing. Some good call to actions. These are good for SEO, and these are good for, like, you know, scrapers, especially like Google and all that, so they can see questions and answers. Okay, and then I added this slider offline when I was last couple days that gives you a quick rundown of all the core features of the app. Again, more linkage, internal linking to the features page and other pages. Again, built for client-driven work. Again, it's like my solutions section, comparing, giving them solutions for our core audience. Initially, is going to be like freelancers, agencies, and consultants, and then quick rundowns with linkage to those internal pages. Good, great for SEO again. And a quick kind of 3-step rundown of showing how simple it is to kind of get up and running on the app. Is just steps. Basically, create a workspace, start a project with the client, and then run everything from one timeline. More internal linking of getting kind of traction, and then again more internal linking to those actual pages. So, and then one last final CTA. So I think my landing page pretty solid. Gonna eventually replace all these placeholders with some real dummy data that I have to do on my staging site. I'm gonna go through a full video and kind of grab all the pictures that I'm gonna need. And then, you know, my footer's done. And then once I go to the pages, go check out some of these. My comparison pages, great for SEO. Actual images, I'm going to have to give credit to them later on. Placeholders, and then comparison stacks right here. Steps, it's pretty much the same for all my comparison pages. And then direct comparison pages, basically. Those are my alternative pages. These are my direct comparison pages. Sign a green light, gonna replace this as well. Just some quick comparisons for people and some easy SEO kind of gains. Same thing for Trello. pretty much you expect to see when you come to a SaaS, and then also my solutions pages for like agencies and everything, like telling you the benefits of what this is. So set all this up the last day or two in terms of structure and design. I think it looks pretty good. Same for consultants, they're all kind of the same. Some good pages just for SEO. And then I'm gonna have to come in here and wire these up as well. But overall, pretty happy with how it looks. Let me check this. Mobile looks pretty good. Gonna have to change this for mobile, but same here. All right, that looks pretty good. Let me come here. Phone sizing. I'm gonna put some actual animated GIFs here. Let me check these alternative pages. Yeah, all right, cool. Looks pretty good. So like I said, I did a lot of that in terms of UI design the last couple of days and getting the SEO and content up and running and kind of making it look good in terms of what people would expect from a professional looking app. I think I did a pretty good job there. Gonna have to go in there, clean some of those pages up, and obviously fill some of those placeholders and adjust some sizings for mobile and whatnot, but a good kind of structure. All right, updated my route, then updated my, created a billing page here. Let's see what it did. Loader, user ID, sub, wait, DB query, user instructions, subscriptions. All right, then I'm finding what plan I have. Load owned workspaces plus their active projects. Okay, and it's my downgrade dialog. Owned workspaces, wait. All right, then return the plan. Helpers, format function, format date. Time canceled. Upgrade section. All right, so I can just check that actually on the, I think that's the last thing I need. On the actual app. So let's come here, see what it looks like. Is that not it? Let me see. All right, let me make sure I'm running. Weird. Oh, caps on. Stupid. All right. So it said it created a new building route. Let me, should be added to this. Let's come here. Let's go header. Features. Header mobile user draw. That doesn't make sense. Header user menu. All right, so I have to add a billing settings. I just come here. Dashboard / billing. All right. Why is my settings like that? Billing. Settings is yeah. Login, register. Put you up here, right under settings. There it is. All right, I'm going to have to really clean that up. I don't like how that looks at all. All right, first let's find a icon. Use see what it is. Wallet cards. Let's see what that looks like. Keep those changes. Settings. All right, like that. All right, that's better. Let's check my settings. Looks like that. Check my billing. So I automatically need to fix some of that. Manager. Some of this needs to be very much cleaned up. All right, so what I like to do, I like to do some research. See, let's go billing. Look for some influence in terms of kind of just the layout that I want. I'm not really sure how I want to lay out everything yet. Maybe dribble. You said mobbing. What's mobbing? Daniel, what up? Over there on YouTube, but try and use mobbing for inspiration. Never heard of it. Show you my login. Let me log in here. Yeah. You said it's the best for inspiration. I might check it out. I also like Dribble. Dribble's really good in terms of UI design. Honestly, they have some really cool concepts and see what they got. Lucia, what up? For how long have you been programming now? Oh man. On and off my whole life, honestly. It's been a long process. I've constantly been doing it on the side in terms of like full time, which I'm kind of headed into now. I would say it's probably been only a year to 2 years, like full time, and diving into what I'm doing now. It's only been like a year, 2 years, but I've basically been kind of in and out of it for my whole life since I was a kid. My first degree was going to actually be computer engineering and kind of going into this direction, and other things happened, obviously basketball and whatnot. But I'm year to 2 years kind of come back into it. You said you'll thank me once you check it out. You could actually copy designs from Mob and copy and paste, basically Dribble on steroids. Okay, I'll check it out here in a second. Your plan. Okay, I like that. I don't store any of the payment methods because it's handled through Live and Squeezy, so I don't have to worry about all this, which is nice. I probably will need to wire up invoices though. Basic plan. Kind of like that. I'm gonna say that. History. Let me see. Plan. Kind of like that. Let me see. Just delete that. All right. Let's see. See what just Mob is talking about. Oh, you got to join right away. You can't search. What's up with that? All right, I'll worry about joining later. I'm not doing it right now. Basically just joined a short while ago. What's the tech stack? Which backend services you're using? I'm also a builder trying to figure out how to build in public. Okay. My tech stack as of right now, I've gone through a few, but kind of what I've fallen back to in terms of ones that I enjoy working with the most, and I pretty much spin up all new kind of apps and builds on right now is React Router 7 is my framework. My backend, I use Supabase as of right now, kind of like most people, is my kind of go-to in terms of hosting for my databases. I use Drizzle ORM to kind of talk to my database and configure everything in terms of tables and all that. I self-host. I use my own VPS, and I use Cloudflare for like proxying and security and everything else. What else? I use Better Auth authentication. Shatien for UI, TypeScript, Tailwind, kind of the usuals when it comes with frameworks, but backend super base, React Router 7, and I roll my own VPSs in terms of hosting my actual apps and everything in Cloudflare for bucket storage and proxy and security purposes. But yeah, that's pretty much the current, pretty much my current kind of setup that I kind of my go-to as of right now. Let's see if we can't clean this up. Function, where's it return? Alert. Alert dialog early on. All right, pro plan section. Improvement. Built this page a little weird, a little bit different than I would. I'm probably gonna readjust things, but all right. Daniel Manga, nice. That's a solid stack. I appreciate it. It took me a while to get there. I pretty much used so many different tools and frameworks and just tried out a bunch of different things and kind of like learned what I like and what I didn't like and kind of came to my own kind of stack that I like doing, especially when it comes to like JavaScript and React. I did the whole Next.js thing at first because it's pretty easy to get up and running and obviously very easy to host in terms of resell. But I really hate getting vendor locked. I enjoy. I need basically to kind of have full control over my setup. And Vercel was just way too locked into Next.js. And then I also didn't like the way that Next.js kind of like abstracted things. And I started with Prisma first, and I hate the way Prisma abstracted the actual SQL and everything that's coming, and like not being able to read my code and understand exactly what call and what I'm getting from my database and what I need to get from my database. So then I fell back to Drizzle because I think it's very easy to use, but it also gives me full control, like that very granular control and understanding about what is actually being called in MySQL. So like I kind of fell back on that, and then Regular 7 because again it didn't abstract things as much as Next.js. Appreciate the sub. So that's kind of what I fell back on. I wanted to keep things obviously easy with frameworks and all that, but I also don't want to completely abstract the actual coding part of things and understandings and clear code and understanding about what is happening instead of having to learn all new abstracted language. So that's kind of how I fell upon what I fell upon. All right, so space Y, hide screen. All right, let's do this. A little more even. Let's go here. What's your stack? Sounds like you've been, you develop a little bit yourself and whatnot. What do you build, and what's kind of the tools that you use? Cool, a little bit better. All right, it's a little bit better. All right, free plan. It's clean this up. Let's remove this separator. I think that's dumb. Projects/workspace. Okay, let's come here. All right, so I need to grab I need amount cycle. Next billing. That's that. Mostly full stack applications. She said you worked with React frameworks, basically Vite, Angular, Next.js, and Next. Currently building a Next. Okay. Yeah, I love Vite, honestly. It's also another reason why I went React Router 7. How long you been building? You also said that you were, let me see if you said that correctly. You said that you were kind of like trying to learn or trying to get into live coding too. I think that was you that asked that. Let me see. Use Convex, Work OS for my backend and not. Migrated from Supabase. Based in Kenya. Okay. What up, man? Shout out Kenya. I was actually out in where was I? I was in Rwanda a few years ago. So love Africa, man. Migrated from Supabase since 2014. Okay. So since you migrated from Supabase, what do you use? You said you use Work OS for your backend. Okay. All right, let's see, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? That's what I'm gonna do. Let's go. And let's remove this. Three. All right, I think I know how I want to do this. Oh, convex for backend. Okay, my bad. I guess what made you migrate away from Supabase? Maybe I should make this a table. Let's do that. first. Let's try that. I want to rework this whole thing. Pretty much remove this. That whole section. Daniel Moenga, it's reactive, type safe, and unified backend as a service. It eliminates complexity of SQL management, RLS, and disjointed backend logic. The native real time is really what sold me, actually. Okay. Like I said, I mean, I kind of just started getting to backends and kind of all that. So Superbase kind of just what I landed on because it was so easy to kind of get up and running. But you know, I'm always open to checking out alternatives. But I mean, it sounds pretty dope. Since you say you build on Next.js, or you use Vercel for your hosting? But, table header. So you use Ions, multi-tenant, you use GCP and AWS. Okay. Like I said, I mean, you sound like you definitely know what you're doing. So you've been doing it for like 10 years plus now, something like that. So I'm still kind of exploring, seeing like what I like and what I don't like, and kind of like going from there. But yeah, I mean, that's one thing I do like about it, that there's so many different routes to accomplish kind of the same thing. It's a little bit better, but all right, let's clean this up. Plan limits is going to be here. Let's make you an H4. Bold is going to be extra small, text muted, uppercase, tracking. All right, let's do that, and then replan font medium. All right, and then let's flip you. Yeah, for sure. And doing it in public helps a lot. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it has helped me a lot in terms of, understanding things and getting, little hints and pointers and suggestions from people that kind of join the chat. Definitely, it's definitely been a big boon for me in that kind of aspect for sure. I've enjoyed doing it. Do you build live? Do you do live stream when you start building? So you contribute to a bunch of open source software. So I see the positive direction in all this. Learning is also faster in distribution. Who'd have thought a Kenyan dude would be in your stream talking about tech stacks and build that? Absolutely. I mean, that's what's so dope about this, is that you can kind of reach so many people and just have like this dope kind of connection and interactivity that you might not have ever had before. So 1000%. Let me figure out why this is not small. Oliver Yord, hi mate, what up, man? Thanks for joining the stream. How's your day? How's your night going? Daniel, never done anything live my whole life. Thinking about trying. Hey man, give it a shot, man. You never know. It takes you a little bit to warm up to and kind of get comfortable with, but once you get going, it's pretty easy. And if you're coding anyways, how I put it like this: if you're coding anyways, why not? Like, if anything, honestly, I've been able to make a lot of connections and network from just doing this. And I've actually had people reach out to me with offers for things just from simply using this and seeing what I'm doing. Honestly, it's like a kind of cheat code in terms of marketing for yourself and kind of your abilities. And honestly, like, why not? If you got the setup for it, just go for it. It's a little bit better. Kind of increase the padding. Why is this padding different? Oh. 6 maybe. Uh, FSO. Hey, what are you building? What's up, man? Um, I am building a SaaS app. I've been building this for like the last month or so, but it's a system as a service app that allows users and people, freelancers and accountants and agencies and consultants, small businesses, businesses in general, to kind of create projects and workspaces and manage the entire client delivery flow in terms of onboarding and messaging and task management and member management and all that in one kind of place. That's not bad. Let's add this padding back. Let's go padding. Padding Y is going to be just this. That's cool. Am I coding everything manually? No, not manually, not everything. The initial setup of everything, I typically kind of go through and set up the skeleton of everything that I want manually. Yeah, but then I definitely use agents in terms of quickly implementing and building features out and planning and whatnot. So I code alongside agents for sure. I don't let it do everything, but I definitely point it in the direction. I want to do this. Why is this not? All right, pretty happy with that. Let's what if I don't have that? Yeah. In the padding, let's remove the border right. The hell is that line? Oh, must be. All right. Replan. Let's UBG card maybe. Nope. Our plan limits. Div. All right, let's go. Yeah. All right, that looks good enough for me. Free plan. Workspaces. members for workspace, active workspace on workspace 1, 3, 3. Then let's change this whole section here. All right. Yeah, I want to do this one. Free plan limits 3, 3, 1. All right, so let's do this. Upgrade section is there. It is. Code. Always this gap. That's what it is. This card. Let's go. Let's go. You upgrade. And then tripping. Link, and then snap is what it's called. All right. All right, let's put you in a card content. Let's go. Card. Nope. Footer. That's what I want. Cool. Let's make this. Go maybe Excel. Go to. All right, and then I don't want to make this a crazy gradient. Let me see. That color. Um, Black too. All right, let's see what it comes with. Let's stop. And a brown. Need to come up with some language here. Let's change this to medium. Then this model's taking way too long. Let me. Um, don't love that. Let me come here and getting a little there, a little bit closer. Let me see what I want. View. Let's go uppercase. Maybe like that. All right. Need to stroke with large. Change this height. It's a little bit better. Cool. And all right, almost. Let's see, manager. All right, let's change this to grade. Div. Let's put you grade. Up. Grab some dummy text. Ready pro update. Kind of like that. No, let me see. What if I center this? Kind of like it off center though. Change this color to Dario Lucia. What up, brother? Cool name you got there too. Don't meet too many of those out in the wild. All right, I kind of like that. Maybe centered. I'm not sure. That was good. And then let's go here. Create quick columns. All right, let's see. Actual copy for this. plus space. Let's see. I don't know if that's what I agreed to. Let me check. What was it? It was 20. Up to, all right, so let's hear up to 10 members per. I don't remember everything offered. Let me see. It was test templates, form builder, automated, increase storage. Check that. Digital Tony Montana. Wait, were you in the NBA or just a real good hooper? Broken still be pro and not an NBA. Was just asking. I played professionally for about 14 years. All over the country, all over the world, honestly. Mostly Europe for EuroLeague and all that goodness, Euro Cup and whatnot. Um, Closest I got to the league was I was, I was on the job board, went through the whole process. I did summer league. I did the G League. I was with the Houston's preseason team, but most of my career I was overseas. Um, all right, so it looks weird, so I know what I'm gonna do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. It's really cool. Big ups to you, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. All right, so I'm just gonna do it like this. Let's go here. Let's go pro features to this one, and then let's wrap this whole thing. Go text center for you. All right, and then let's go. Copy you. 2 variables. 2, 3. Let's try that. Sub dub, man. I appreciate the sub. You said you're 5'10", 200. I like press 800 pounds and still can't dunk. So good on you, my man. I mean, it's probably. I mean, damn. You can bench press. I mean, you can leg press 800 and you still can't dunk. I don't know what to tell you, man. You should be able to dunk. You should be able to dunk. Wish could have gone pro like that. Glad you get into coding. We need you, man. I mean, I don't know if coding needs me, but it's what I love to do. I'm a builder, and I think it's our greatest tool available at this moment in terms of being able to build cool shit. So without needing, a ton of resources, I just enjoy doing this. And I don't know if it needs me, but we'll see. I'm not gonna stop doing it. It's what I enjoy doing. But I mean, like pressing Andrew, you should definitely be able to dunk. Max width here. All right, cool. All right, that looks better. I can live with that. I might. Like that. That we need to fight AI. AI with more coding. I mean, that's kind of a losing battle if I was going to go code for code with AI. And just the amount of output that it can do is crazy. But I do think that we do need better apps and programs, and not everything tied to some giant corporation. I absolutely agree with you there. I just feel like when all these big companies get all this shit, it goes to shit. So we definitely need more people building cool shit that aren't just looking to sell out immediately. What was good dunk so bad? Be the best hooper of all time, and I'm white, so imagine 5'10" kind of chubby dude dunking on fools. I mean, I had some friends who were white that were, 5'10", 5'11", that were actually dunking on fools. So I mean, I don't know how old you are, but keep up the dream, man. You might be able to catch somebody one day. All right, let me check this. Let's remove that gap. Gap. Down. Nope. Which one is it? It's gonna be the UL. All right, I'm just gonna do this. Just make this simple right now. Probably gonna come clean this, but I just want to see how this looks. Janky way of doing this, but I'll come back later and fix this. You said you're 30. It's all downhill from there. I mean, look, man, I'm older than you, and I can still very much dunk. So don't give up, man. Stay active. That's how you let that. Don't stop. That's how you let them young guys win, man. When you stop, don't let that happen. So you're coding your own app from scratch. Crazy cool. It's tough work. The billing payment size being coded. Nice. Yes, I am coding this from start. I've been at this probably about a month or so in terms of getting everything kind of up and running on this specific app. I've been going back and forth, but yeah, this one has probably been about a month or so, and it's definitely been a process. And yes, I'm currently kind of figuring out the payments and everything. I have the core functionality set up now. I'm just kind of like tweaking up the design. All right, I need to switch right here too. So, all right, so I'm gonna come here. Where's that button? Yeah, I hate how it laid this out. I'm gonna refactor this whole page because I don't know where they put shit. It's very annoying. What the fuck? All right, yeah, I don't like please. Let's see. Um, the best you've coded is my own website on Neil City, and it's pretty fun. chill here and learn from you, man. Go ahead, chill, man. Pull up a chair. I'll be at this for hours. Just trying new things out, learning shit as well. Definitely a never-ending kind of learning experience for sure. And then GTA Freak, get on Cloud Code, bro. No one doing this shit by hand anymore. I mean, well, that's just objectively not true. Plenty of people are still 1000% doing this by hand, and I don't do it all by hand. I do it with agents in tandem, but I do not vibe code, so to speak. I don't let code just go crazy on my code base. You still need to understand what the fuck is going on and how to set everything up. I've had this conversation many times on this platform. There's absolutely no shot you will be able to run any type of truly production ready app at any scale if you don't know what code is being output. And I don't know if you heard, but Claude has been going through a lot of shit recently, and I'm pretty sure those prices are going up very fast. So good luck to all y'all out there. Um, I feel like it's going to be easy. I feel like it's easy for someone to just say use when people don't even know how to code through the AI. Imagine you're going to use AI for you how to code. I tried a bit of front end, realized I hate it. I'm in love with back end. Should I go for my gut and learn Java and Spring, or should I go for JS and Node? No bias, please. What up, Joy Code? Thanks for joining. Are you saying you hate front end, huh? I mean, if you don't like front end, you don't like front end. Like, I am personally design coded, so I like being able to visually kind of get in there into the nitty gritty and design things the way I like, because that's how I am kind of mentally wired. I like designing things. I like doing the layouts. I enjoy doing that. But if you're gonna learn front end, yeah, I would definitely say JS, React. There's some ton of frameworks out there, ton of like packages like Shadcn that can easily get you up to speed and get you some very good looking websites and apps with very little effort. So if I was going to learn front end and need to dive in that, definitely learn like Shadcn and those other packages, because that's going to help you skeleton and get things up so quickly. Yeah, can't do design interfaces. Not yeah, I agree. So I definitely say Shadcn is a great package to get you a great start. This app is built on Shadcn, with heavily obviously modified Shadcn, but it quickly gets you up to speed. It builds you all your code, all your cards, all your headers, all your footer. Like, it just basically gives you all the components that you're going to need for UI design, and it looks really good and functions very well. So definitely start with there. Like the idea of being system scalable backends, also cloud stuff. Same. I'm kind of going in between both, but I'm definitely more design focused and design coded first and foremost. But I do love the process of building a whole system. That's why I've been building full stack apps from front to back, and why I do my own hosting, why I do my own backends. So I kind of like try to get hands on with everything, because I do enjoy watching everything kind of connect and work together. So I'm definitely that way too. But I do still love design. And if you don't love design, man, there's a lot of packages out there that can kind of take that off your plate. Digital Tony Montana. Yeah, let's all use and become dumb as fuck. I mean, agreed. Like, there's a ton of those AI bros out there that are like, just AIs do everything. Like, what they don't understand is what's coming. And what's coming is there's not going to be this free for all in terms of using AI and tokens and all these resources as much as you want. Claude, Anthropic, they're already pulling back and hiding things and quickly kind of upcharging people. And I mean, essentially, the most powerful tools are going to quickly only be readily available to people with big pockets and corporations and companies, because there is no money in it for them, for the consumer coder. Like, it's just burning a ton of cash, and it's not no way sustainable. So it's going to be very interesting when it happens, and all these people that have been vibe coding things that don't understand coding in any kind of level, how they're going to be able to maintain what they built when they kind of lose access to the most powerful kind of models. And also, why would you ever want to be dependent on a third party? That's kind of crazy to me, to establish a whole business based on a third party and allowing that third party allowing you access to their tools. Kind of crazy, me personally. Rolling. What up? What up, man? Thanks for joining the chat. I was up until 5 a.m. last night polishing my SaaS website and finally pushing it to production. If you don't know what you're doing, you won't get far with vibe coding, but it can be helpful if you code. Absolutely. Man, AI is very helpful, man. Like the fact that I don't have to go in there and write every single line of code is fucking amazing. Like the fact that I can tell it to go refactor a whole page or refactor something or take this component, put it over there and not have to go in there and do that all myself saves so much time and just dumb energy that can be in mind power that can be used on like core features. It's a huge plus in that kind of sense. But in terms of building an entire app from front to back, like absolutely stupid. There's no way you'll be able to run a full app, full production app, server side, database, front end, and then also maintaining it because it's going to lose all the context from when you first built it. Yeah, it's just like, come on now, what are we talking about? But if you understand at least what it's outputting and where it's outputting and how everything connects, yeah, you're going to be like a fucking rock star. But if you just rely on it completely, you are at their mercy 1000%. And that's not where I like to be. The stupid toddler, hey man, what up, man? Thanks for joining the chat. I don't know how you say your name. Him, S. John, S. Jane. I Miss Jane. What's up, man? Thanks for joining the chat. All right, so I mean, this looks pretty good. So he said it wired it up. Let's come here. Let's do some tests. Failed to create checkout. Okay, so we need to go check that. The card looks good. I'm gonna put some stuff here. Let's see what's going on there. Go inspect console. I got a 502 on my billing checkout. Found a low resource. Responded with the. All right, so let's check that. So I'm getting a 502 error somewhere. And if you understand AI, and if you really understand AI and what it does, a lot of situations, like when you have a problem and you don't know what the problem is or even know how to fix it, you tell AI to fix it, it cheats a lot. It does a lot of bad shit to get rid of the issue and just move on. It does it very shoddily if you don't know what you're doing and you don't know how to like put it in context of what it absolutely needs to fix. You're opening up some major problems. Trust me. Like it just wants to get the issue out of the way. It doesn't really matter how well it does it. It wants to do it quickly. And if you don't understand what the right way is, man, good luck to you. Digital Tony Montana, AI is great if you already know how to code. I like to use AI to build a base of my website, fix it, and build from there. We must understand what we are doing before we use. Absolutely. I mean, it's the same way with the calculator, like anything else, any other tool that helped a lot of calculations and higher thoughts. And it's very, very powerful, but it can't do everything for you. Like it's great for scaffolding things, great for planning. Honestly, the best thing about AI to me is the planning. Like if I can plan out my entire like implementation route and it can read my whole code base and understand where I need to plug in holes and fix things here and connect things without having to spend all that time going through my entire code base and finding all the parts that need to connect. It's very good at that. Like I use it all the time when I have new features. I'm like, look, go over my code base. Here's what I want to implement. Here's the tool I want to implement it with. Here's exactly how I want to implement it. Now give me a full plan of attack, basically. And it checks your whole code base and understands, okay, you need to connect this to this, and this to this, and this to this. You need to change this and refactor this. It's very good at that. Very good at that. But if you don't know the context of how to put it in that like mind state to understand how to plan something, I don't understand how people maintain shit. Him S. Jane. Okay, what up, man? If we use without learning. If you just use AI without learning, what's the point? Exactly. Like it's kind of like the same thing with university these days. Like I understand there's definitely that urge to just use AI to get shit done. If I was in college at the time AI went around, I'd probably use it for assignments and some classes that I didn't really care about. But something that I like want to do for my life and like actually want to have a skill at, I would not use it. Like it just cheats yourself. It's kind of the same way in basketball. In any sport, we always say don't cheat yourself. That's literally what they always say to each other. Don't cheat yourself because it's to make you better. Like, so just learn it the right way. And then once you learn it the right way, you can actually use the tool to like plus yourself. Like, I wouldn't have been able to build this entire app from start to finish in a month without AI. It just adds so much to your ability to kind of handle a lot of ancillary things in coding that like it's good for you, but it's also bad for you, and you need to understand its limits and understand how to use it. Okay, what up, man? How long I've been coding? I've said this a few times, but I've been coding constant error, result error. I've been coding off and on pretty much my whole life. I've always been into computers. I've always, dabbled. I've built my own computers when I was younger. I was always learning a little bit of this, a little bit of that. My first degree in college was going to be actually computer engineering. I actually switched it and went to business management because I didn't have time with that with my schedule with basketball and everything. But I've always remained pretty active with tech and coding and computers and dabbling in different things. I built a couple apps on my own early on, and then I kind of like stepped away from it. I was mostly doing like the front end of things, web design for people, building like WordPress, Shopify stuff for people, which is pretty easy. And then the last year to 2 years, I've been going full on back into it, and as my next kind of like direction I want to head after my basketball career and understanding that and like getting a better understanding. So I would say like last year to 2 years, I've been like fully locked in back into coding and programming and developing things. All right, so it says I'm getting this error, failed to create checkout. So I'm calling my create checkout, which comes from Lemon Squeezy, and then I'm getting the ID, variant ID, and then checkout data, name, custom, user ID, product options, redirect URL. Now I need to understand if result that error, console that error. Let me see what the console says. Detail the related resource does not exist. Huh. So it might be an environment variable issue. Related resource does not exist. Stands for not found. All right, let's try this again. Let's see what outputs on my console. Yeah, so that's the error. So I'm calling Lemon Squeezy, but I'm getting this related resource does not exist, source object, should the object coming back, and it's saying it does not exist. So got to be something in my variables, environment variables, in the way it's being called. Variant ID might be my variant ID. All right, let me check that. Check my Lemon Squeezy. And okay, that's awesome, man. Let's see it. Currently moving from Python to iOS dev. Working on a to-do list app right now to get comfortable with the syntax. Watching these types of lives is motivating. Okay, man, keep at it. Keep at it. I mean, doing these lives is motivating. Like hearing other people talking about how they want to get into it or they've been into it after so many years. And I've had people kind of reach out to me on the offline side, so it's pretty dope. Mobile is one thing I have not touched at all. I don't even really know where to start there. I built some what do they call like PWAs for apps, but I've never built a fully mobile native mobile app or anything. It just seems like a lot in terms of building a full kind of code base and then basically having to kind of refactor it again and kind of maintain that as well. So I haven't like dove into that side of things at all, but I definitely do plan on doing that at some point. So good luck with that for sure. Let me know how that goes because I'm definitely interested in getting into mobile, but not yet. All right, where the hell is my? All right, it's my API. Check my products. I'm trying to get. Juno, good evening. Which Quota, man? What's up, man? Thanks for joining the stream, the chat. What's going on? How's your night? Roll. Most difficult part of SaaS for me has been marketing and build out the product, but marketing is beyond me. Actually, for me, that is my strength. Actually, like I went to school for business management. With a slight focus on marketing. So like that's one thing I have always been doing for a long time is kind of business side of things, so it's like marketing and all that. So I have kind of helped spin up a ton of businesses over the years and help other people get theirs running and help with marketing. It's kind of what I do right now in terms of freelancing for people is building out that side of things. So honestly, for me, that's the easy part. It's kind of tedious getting all the content and stuff you need, but I understand that process extremely well. So honestly, that's the easy part for me. Very opposite. The hardest part of this SaaS for me was understanding the UX and understanding states and validations, and not even validations, but states, and understanding, permissions basically, and how to scope everything and make sure everything, because it's a lot going on. If I kind of went through this app for y'all, kind of a lot. W Michelin, I've been pro for 12 years. Also never built a mobile app either. It's great working with a team with varying skills. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like if I got to a point where this was, sustainable and was bringing us revenue, I would definitely look to bring other people on, especially who have skills in mobile and other areas that I don't necessarily want to completely go into. Okay, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Might start streaming as well, man. Do it, man. Do it. Like, if anything, it's great marketing. Quite honestly, like if you want to get a job or you're doing freelance and stuff, or trying to get the word out for your apps or whatever you're building, like just do it live. Like, there's nothing really to lose from it, nothing but gain. Especially with the setup, I would say just do it and let me know when you do it, man. I'll hop in. I'll hop in your live too. W Michelin, is this Next.js? No, this is not Next.js. I use React Router 7 for my framework.
Yeah.
Appreciate the sub. Shanar Evans, I'm learning software dev, more artist. Great to see you stream. Gave you a follow. Hope to see you work, my boy. Man, I appreciate that, man. What kind of work? What kind of art do you do? Droid Jam 666. What up, man? All right, let me try to understand why this is not working. Oh, I think I know why. I think I know why. Yeah, all right, I think I know why. If I can figure this out, bro. Um, Digital telling my time, you know how to code. But I'm 50-50 human work and AI. I'm really good at working with AI and coding. So let me I mean, I'll definitely will let y'all know, man. I'm still kind of trying to learn everything myself. I like to kind of get in there and understand things, and then before I open things up. So this is not open source, this one, but I would definitely be planning on bringing other people in because I'm actually very close to launching. This is kind of the last thing I need to set up before I do my initial launch, and then I'm gonna do it in phases. But yeah, anywhere we can donate. I don't even know because I don't know how the YouTube donations works. I don't know how that all works in terms of that. I know I had to hit a certain amount of subscribers until I can even monetize. So nah, don't worry about it right now. But I mean, stay tuned. if you guys are freelancers or anybody like that, and I'm gonna be offering some kind of lifetime deals in terms of using the app and getting access to it because I need people using and testing it out. So definitely stay tuned. All right, let's see if this is the problem. All right, let me come here. Um, Chandra Evans, what am I launching? I am launching a. Man, I might as well just show y'all. I'll show y'all here in a second. So I don't keep explaining it, but let me restart this. Troy Jam, where's Codex? I use Codex for all my implementations in terms of putting in the code that I want. That's pretty much the extent of this. Cool. So I figured out that's what happened. All right, so I wired this up completely. It was an environment variable kind of mismatch. Found that bug, and then let's test out this upgrading example. Come here, and it works. This is all handled by Lemon Squeezy, who I've decided to go with for my payments for this, simply because they handle all the taxes and nexus of and all that, since it's a merchant of record. So this works how I want. I'll probably come here and update some of this, but fairly easy, honestly, to get this kind of working in terms of payments and all this. So if you're looking for an easy kind of workaround for payments, this might be one that you might like. So let me see. Yeah. All right, cool. Pretty good. Pretty happy with that. So digital time. I'm also a local and private defense contractor. So if your network or backend needs looked at, let me know. I can send you my email. Yeah, go ahead, man. Shoot me your email. Add me on GitHub. If y'all on GitHub, man, go ahead. Add me on GitHub. Shoot me some messages there. Definitely always need help in terms of security and security testing. That's for sure. Stripe is great too. Combining OpenAI and Anthropic is great. Yeah, I mean, I do. I use Opus 4.6 for all my planning of especially like new features and all that, and like kind of deep thinking. And I use Codex for all my implementation. W Michelin, Stripe is great too. I looked into Stripe, honestly. I looked into Stripe and other kind of payment gateways. The problem is with those is that they don't handle taxes. So like if you ever scale and you get to like a larger position, larger business where you start having to filing taxes, you have to do all that on your own. Meaning like you have to incorporate or set up in different states and countries wherever you might have a nexus where you do a lot of sales, basically. And then you have to figure all the tax codes and all taxes for all that and the file and all. So I don't want to do all that. I want to kind of have this be as hands off as possible. And Lemon Squeezy is their benefit is that they handle all the taxes themselves, because technically they are the ones that are doing the payments and handling the sales. You are just using them as a service. So that is a big reason why I switched over there. There's a little bit of a higher um, transaction fee. I think it's like 5% versus 2.5 or 3% for the other payment processors, but I'm willing to pay that if I don't have to even think about doing the taxes for the business if it gets to a scale. And then if it gets big enough, then you can always switch and hire your own kind of accountant and stuff. But that's why I use Slim Squeezy. Literally my first time uh touching it, but honestly it's very intuitive and very easy to kind of get going quickly. All right, so I don't want to show this upgrade. I'm going to test out the full process first. Let me come here. Let's go. All right, here we go. Yeah, so it worked. Thanks for your order. Blah blah blah. Reach it on its way to your inbox. And then I need to obviously. This doesn't work because my webhook redirects to my actual production sites, but it's not up yet. Or I mean, it's not wired. Obviously, this is local. So, but if I come back here, come on now. Oh, I know why. Fix that. I should have upgraded it, but I'm not. So I need to figure out why that's going. Oh, I know why. I know exactly why. It did not actually get that webhook to understand it needs to upgrade me. So let's figure that. Let's fix that. Caro, what up, dog? What you working on tonight over there? Shout out to you over there on Cake. What you working on tonight, man? I know you always got something cooking. Digital my 10. I'll email you if that's okay. Yeah, man. Go ahead, shoot the email. Let me see. Need to figure out where I put that call. It's gonna be /billing. All right, so it's just billing, which is good. Redirect URL. All right, so it should actually work. Redirect, and then it should, once it comes here, handle created one. All right, here it is. And then once I get back that uncreated call from my webhook, it should update that to Pro. Let's try that again. Okay, heading out, brother. I gotta get back to work. Good running into your channel. We'll tune in for the next one, man. All right, man. Appreciate you joining the chat, and catch you next time for sure, man. Carol, you actually taking a break, man? That's the first time, man. That's the first time I heard you say you actually taking a break, man. You say you watching anime. What you watching? Uh, the Tent Man one over there on Twitch, man. What's up, man? How's it going? Troy Jam 666. What do you mean? Resume Insight Stream. What do you mean? Are you talking about me? The Tent Man, not much. Just figured I see what's going on. I don't know anything about coding, man. Welcome, man. Maybe you can learn something. I don't know. You interested in coding? What's up? Carol, you said you watching Slime. I've never even heard of that. It's a new one. All right, let's try this again. Make sure the redirect works. It comes back, but it's not updating. All right, so I need to figure that out because it should update my actual Uh, Tent man, yeah, but I'm not really sure where to start, honestly. I mean, all right. So in terms of where to start in terms of coding, it kind of really depends on what kind of coding are you interested in. Are you interested in building your own apps? Are you interested in like servers? Are you interested in like building games? Like what kind of coding are you like kind of interested? Because there's a lot of different avenues and ways to kind of start and get into. All right, user description. Da, 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 da. All right, so I need to figure out why this is not being called. I don't think it's reading my. So should in my actions basically read that token and then call my update. Find, here's my loader. Yeah, I don't have an action here. So let me see. Go back to Opus. Oh, they got rid of Opus. That's crazy. Looks like they pulled Opus from VS Code. It's kind of crazy. Only 4.7 is there now, and I'm not spending 7 times the tokens. All right. All right, Tipman, you said servers seem interesting, but from what I've heard, apps/websites seem to be the easiest to get a grip on program in general. But I don't know. I don't think there's like one kind of core answer for that. I really think it's kind of like based more on like what is your disposition. Like for me personally, I am very design coded and I like branding and I like building things from start to finish. I like the functionality of things. I like everything that comes with building an app, whether it's the business side of things, whether it's the branding of it, whether it's the visuals. So I like that part. So if that's what you're kind of into, then yeah, I would kind of head a little bit more front end and learning JavaScript and other languages, and then kind of like learning the back end. But if you are more interested in like infrastructure and how everything ties together and making sure everything runs very well and optimization, then back end was where I would be start where I would start. But honestly, nowadays with all these tools out there and all these lessons and all this like free ability and advice and help that you can get from all of these kind of bots and AIs out there, I would just go full stack. I would start in the direction that you want, but I would go full stack. And then I would start learning how to build something. Like if you start building something from like a full production ready type of application, you were going to touch every kind of aspect of coding anyway. So you're going to go through front end, you're going to go through the back end, you're going to learn APIs, you're going to learn, packages. Like until you really start kind of getting there and doing something like a full stack thing, like you won't truly know or understand until you start to do it. So like there's not really a bad way to start, but full stack is kind of where I would go. It's pretty easy to learn these days, and you can get up to speed pretty quickly. And if you get stuck or whatever, there's so many resources to kind of help you understand things better. And then I would try to get to live coding and building as quickly as I can, because the more apps you build, the faster you're going to learn. And there's just so many things that you're not going to be able to learn from just like lessons and courses and all that. So I mean, there's not a right answer or wrong answer, but it's definitely more up to you in terms of like how you're more wired. Caro 2018, I think that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Oh, actually, I heard of that. Actually, I've heard of it. Never seen it, but I've heard of it. George Jam 66. So you plan to be a 100x dev? No, no. I tell people all the time, like I'm not trying to be some cracked coder. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to have the kinesis, keyboards and all that shit. And I just want to be able to build anything I want at any time with most languages and be able to help people or tap in places and just kind of put me anywhere within the stack and be able to build things. Like I'm far more of a builder from conceptual and design work and UX to the back end. So like I'm definitely more of a builder than a coder. So I'm not trying to be no 100x cracked developer. That's for sure. I want to get good. Absolutely. I definitely want to get good and I want to understand what's happening and I want to understand how to make things happen. But I'm more interested in the building of apps and applications and systems than actually the coding itself, honestly. Carol, you said you signed up for a CCNA class come start of May. That's mainly when I'm taking a break now. Okay. But damn, Val, you be definitely doing some classes. The networking aspects are a weakness I've been putting off before, so now I'm excited about it. Yeah, I mean, once you start kind of learning that back end infrastructure stuff, like honestly, it just makes the rest of your skills so much better because you understand why things happen, why things don't work, why, you know what I mean? Like it just pluses you up so much. Like me learning back end and getting hands off back end made my skills so much better. The 10 man, all right, makes sense. Yeah, man, I appreciate that. I mean, and I appreciate that. I mean, I'm glad it makes sense because I'm definitely like you can definitely get an overload of advice and different paths and things to do. Like it can definitely be daunting. Kind of just go down one path and see how far that takes you and see if you like what you're doing and see if you actually enjoy what you're doing, honestly, because you'll be doing a lot of it over and over again. So if you don't really enjoy it, I wouldn't say do it, but don't get caught up with all these different tools and new tools and systems and frameworks and packages and third party features and like kind of just stick with the most mainstream, most widely used language. That's how I would say it. Language or whatever, like for what you want to do. If it's front end, probably just JavaScript and then kind of go from there. You can always learn more languages, but if you do the most kind of like mainstream thing, you'll have the most resources, you'll have the most help, like you won't get stuck as much, and then you'll also be able to scale out of that into other aspects and languages. So that's kind of my route I took, like, and then I would say that definitely be a good way. Don't get caught up with all the new shiny toys. Just do the old tried and true with the most documentation and resource and help. Honestly, it'll help you kind of get through it much faster. George Jam 666, you need to be at least 10x. I mean, I'm cool with 10x. I'm definitely cool with 10x. 10x is cool with me. Like, you know what I mean? I don't need to be John Carmack and out here like building, full engines and shit like that. But I do want to be able to build any application I kind of want and set my mind to and be able to run it from front to back. That's what I enjoy. I enjoy full stack development. And I enjoy like creating shit, creating ideas and bringing those to life. So 10x is cool with me. Carol facts. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like I mean it's honestly definitely something I've learned extensively about like needing to have all skills these days, honestly. I don't think it makes sense to be just a front end developer or just a back end developer these days. It's just not. Hey Andre, appreciate the sub. This is just not. It's counterintuitive. It's very counterintuitive. If anything, like you should just try to learn as much as you can, and then if there's areas that you're stronger in, then so be it. But you should have some at least cursory knowledge of every aspect of the kind of the stack. George Jam, you work with .NET MS infrastructure. See, like I don't even know where to start there. Like I wouldn't even be able to understand where to start there. But I mean, infrastructure is definitely one thing I want to at least learn a little bit about. I don't want to be that like a skill that I definitely need, but it's definitely something I'm probably gonna like learn how to kind of at least learn how to understand what is happening. That is one thing. In both key styles, so webhook handlers can resolve user ID. All right, so something with my user ID wasn't getting constant data, user ID or user ID. That's weird. It says a metadata key handling between checkout and webhook. What I found, checkout sends custom metadata from Webhook logic depends on reading user ID from meta.custom data, and I should have just checked that in my webhook was only reading user ID. Commonly used snake case for custom fields. When that happens, subscription created path returns missing user ID. All right, let me check this Lumen squeezy API. See what it returns. Name, email. Things, API. Data type, user's ID. API setup, here's the attributes I need. All right, I got that. Let me just grab these. Hook object is here. So retrieve. Let's grab this one just in case. Everybody, hello Dario, man. What's up, man? How's it going? How's your night going? Joy Jam 100x equals God. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's different levels for sure. There's different levels, and I don't know if I even want to go there. Kuzmichev. I don't know. I don't know if I'm fucking up your name, but let me know how you pronounce that. Hello, thank you for the warm welcome. I wanted to do my first test stream today, but then caught up doing other stuff. Now I saw you in my feed and jumped right in, man. Appreciate you jumping in, man. Welcome to the chat. API resource, but the key thing for plan activation is the webhook event payload body. I'm going to harden so to resolve your app user. You custom data. All right, let's figure out what's. Call you Andre. Okay, man. What's up, Andre? Let's try this again. See what comes back in the network. Run this. All right, so I think I'm getting the wrong fucking object back in the payload. I need to figure out what is actually being sent. Let me just see if it's been updated. It's not, no. All right, let's see if it's actually changed my subscription level. Nope. All right, so at least I know because I'm still getting the receipt. So on Lemon Squeezy side, it's actually happening because I'm getting the actual emails and receiving those, but it's not updating on my end, which means there's some disconnect between the webhook and my app. It must be looking for the wrong format or name or whatever. Let me see if I can find it in my webhooks. Here we go. All right, here's digital monitoring with 10 email sent, bud. Man, appreciate that, man. I'll definitely check that out after this. So now I'm just copying my webhook data, trying to see what is getting sent back and why I'm not grabbing this information. All right. Let's stop this. You said maybe typos. I don't think it is. I think I'm grabbing the wrong attribute, but I just copied all the output from the webhook. Let me see. All right, so it says my actual payload, it's good. Event name is subscription created, custom data user ID is present. Okay. User email is present. So the problem is routing such deployment, not payload. So my payload is actually good. Correct host, but old deployment before routes included the webhook route or. think I might need to actually deploy this code to my staging site. Route API webhooks limit. Okay, so I think I need to actually deploy this to my server first to actually get it to go through. All right, custom user ID. I can probably remove all these now. You're checking for payload meta custom data user ID, but it's then checking for payload meta custom data user underscore ID. It's a typo, trust me. No, so what this did is actually it doubled the checks, whether it was user like this or user ID. And I know it's user underscore ID, so I need this to basically just fall back to that instead of doing what it's doing right now. So I know the payload shape. I actually do know that. What's the problem is that I need to deploy to my actual server because it cannot. My webhook obviously cannot call my local host, so it's set to call my actual server. But because I have not pushed any of these changes to my server, it's actually returning with a 404. So I actually do understand what's happening. I'm getting a 404 because it's hitting a 404 because it's actually not set up on my server yet. This is all code that has not been pushed yet. And I can't push to local, so I need to fix that. Yeah, see, my replit logs proves limit is hitting a server that returns 404, which means it's not on my actual server yet. So my shape is good. And I still have a fallback if it's literally just user no underscore ID, and then it falls back to my email if there is no user ID or I can't find user ID for whatever reason. All right, so let's do that. Andre, do I have a static IP at home? You could use Cloud for DNS and webhooks to your local machine. Um, do I? I think I do. I think I do. I could use Cloudflare DNS and webhooks to your local machine. Really? I'll have to look into that because I literally just started using Cloudflare on my apps like this week. So I don't know all the ins and outs of that, but if I can do it like that, that would definitely save me a lot of time and hassles trying to like deploy and figure all that out. Because the more and more you use, third party apps and packages for things, you're gonna run into, API issues that you can't really resolve until it gets to a server. Most people do. Yeah, so then I probably do. Um, all right. So I mean, I know it's wired up. I know this works. It actually takes me to my checkout page. It actually processes the checkout. It's just hitting a 404 on the back end of my server, which okay, that's easy to fix. And then I need to come back in here and test all of once you're actually subscribed. There's a lot of things I need to test for in terms of what you can or can't access. So members, workspace, active projects, own space. Let me see. Yes, I need to add guards to all these because I should not be able to add. You said unless I'm using a business ISP, most people have a static. Yeah, oh, most have a static IP. Yeah, so I mean I most likely do. All right, cool. So I'm mostly set up here. Let me see. So before I do all that deployments, which I'll probably do on my own and do that testing there, the last thing I'm probably gonna do on the stream is add a kind of pricing page because all this, and then I need to eventually clean up all this. But most of my like SEO pages are pretty much done and look the way I want them to. That's quick fix. All right, let's just add this page real quick. Let's add you source routes. It's not SEO routes. I'll put here. Andre says Starlink doesn't provide static IPs free. You have to upgrade and pay extra $30 a month just for that. That's kind of crazy. Unless you mess with the router settings, you will have static IP. Yeah, I don't use Starlink. I don't have Starlink. Just the old classic IP provider. So pretty sure it's static. Let's see what I use for this. This is I don't think I'm gonna need a header, so I'm looking for some cool looking pricing pages. All right, I think I got an idea. Andre, nice chatting with you all. Catch you on the next one. Have a great weekend, man. Appreciate that, man. Thanks for joining chat. Same to you. Yeah, catch you next time, man. Definitely. All right, so let's come here. Page of mine. This thing is welcome. Let's grab this whole row section. try that. Maybe go back split is take a look. Show your workflow. Let's go. Okay. All right. What else? What else? Header. Go to do fire. See what it can give me. See what I did. Huh. Not bad. Actually didn't do too bad a job. I don't know if I'm gonna keep that, but actually did not do that bad. Let's go start free. Let's go register. She's not mad at that at all. Size, maybe large. I'm here. All right, let's just check this. For some reason, this is not level. Very interesting. Why is this not? Let's figure out why. Azukala, yo, man, what up? Welcome to chat, man. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks. I should fix it. Let's see. Yep. This. Should I added a glow? Let's check. Let's refresh this real quick. All right, cool. Kind of like that card background. I'm not gonna lie. I might go ahead and change that. Use that for my actual pricing page. Digital Tony Montana. Actually using it the right way. Just from a lot of trial and error, learning how to do that. It's not paths. What's your end goal of stuff you want to make? Who are you inspired by? I'm inspired by T Soding, for example. TS Soding. I don't know who that is. Um, what's my end goal? I mean, it kind of depends on what app I'm using or making at the time. For this one, my end goal is honestly how I started. It was literally because I was doing freelance work for myself and I was doing some other work for somebody else's business, and I legitimately hated their entire process. Like I hated they didn't have a process, honestly. I hated how they onboarded clients. I hated how they handled communications between teams. I hated how you get things done. Basically, there was not a set process. And from working with other businesses and a few others, like I just kind of became a apparent problem for a lot of these so-called businesses that they don't have processes in place. And that is what inspired me to actually make this one. Literally because I could not I didn't want to handle all the emails. Honestly, emails fucking suck, and I wanted to get out of emails and all these different threads and having to communicate in 10 different ways with somebody that you're working with, or maybe it might be one off team. So that's what inspired me to start this actual app. It wasn't anybody. It was literally like a major problem in terms of freelancing and like getting things done. And I figured and thought I could come up with a pretty good solution for it. And honestly, this started as strictly just an onboarding app, like literally just to handle onboarding, but then it grew into like a full on kind of project management for the whole kind of whole flow, basically from start to finish. And what started as, this might be like a 2-3 week project turned into a couple months. So that's kind of the general, I think, direction most apps kind of go with. But my inspiration for this one's literally because it was a problem I was having myself with handling clients and projects and just the frustration of email and everything else that comes with it, and all the apps that were out there weren't necessarily doing what I wanted them to do. So I wouldn't say there's like a specific personal inspiration from a person that makes me want to do something, but there's definitely problems and solutions I see that I think I could bring something to. If that answers your question. But other than that, TS Holding, I don't know who that is. Right, so that should only be on medium screens, I believe. Let me see here. Yeah, so let's go medium. No, not even medium. Let's go. Cool. Also, as I've told people a few times already, is building, thinking of a incredibly tough, difficult app and like going through that process. It's like pluses your skills exponentially. So also just trying to find like some of the hardest kind of problems and fixes I can think of in apps and throwing myself at it, and until I can kind of figure it out and understand the process of how all these different things work together, and how basically other kind of major enterprise apps kind of handle this, and understanding the flows and everything, the systems and how they connect. So it's also a learning process for me. I kind of throw myself at these to also learn at the same time, and I've been able to learn so much just from this app that I've already applied to some other work that I've been doing. So twofold: learning for me and like getting hands on with it, and learning the systems of things, and learning things that you're going to use in pretty much every app that you might touch. And then also just the, incredible ability to actually solve a problem that you might have and other people might have. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna probably pass along a callback here. So then once they come to this and they sign up, it should take them directly to the billing page. Let's do that. I don't want to do this myself, so I'm gonna just tell it to wire it up. And Keith, man, what up? What's going on? How's your night going? Joe BG1 had a tech startup interview with the CEO and got denied, but my interview was you got denied because your interview was too AI driven. I never used AI. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying you got denied because he thought you were using AI? Or is that what you mean? What is that what you mean? What do you mean? You had a tech startup interview with the CEO and got denied, but my interview you all right. You had a tech startup interview with the CEO but got denied, but your interview was too AI driven. I don't know, explain it to me. I'm not really sure what you're trying to say. All right, cool. So along this pass, I'm going to pass this parameter to the register route. And then on the register route, I should be reading that in the parameters, grabbing the parameter. I don't do that in the loaders. Can do a class side, I guess. And then get those and then redirect them to where it needs to go. Save next, which is right here. Azukala, the tech startup stacks aren't frameworks. It's AI preference, Claude, or Codex. Honestly, yes. Yeah. Joe, he said he was unimpressed because he thought I was using AI for everything. I just had technical notes on the side for reference. Oh, that's fucking crazy. That's pretty crazy, honestly. Getting denied because you're not using AI for everything is a new one. Jesus, that is fucking insane. I'm not gonna ask you the name, but shit, if you want to say the name of this tech startup, that this would be some good fodder for me. Like, don't ever interview these people. Put them on the ban list. But he said he was unimpressed because he thought I was using AI for everything. I just had technical notes. I feel like you should be more impressed because like you thought I was doing everything with AI, but I wasn't. It was just my brain and my fucking skill. That's crazy. That's wild. Not getting a job because you're not AI enough is, I guess, one way to run a company. I mean, I would love to see their back end and their stack and their code base to see what the fuck they've got going on in there because I'm sure it's looking real good if that's kind of the stance that they're taking. That's crazy. Um, Zookla, I think companies should gauge how you use it and have it as part of the interview process. Use AI. I mean, look, I mean, AI is inevitable, like especially for this time period we're in. That a lot of companies have been pouring a lot of money into these AI systems and want to get their money back, obviously, and have a reason, you know, have a reason for what they spent, like have an excuse for spending the money they're spending on investing in that kind of sector. So I get it. Like you want a return for your money. Like you want to see people using the tool that you spend so much money into. So I get that. But like to deny somebody because that's not all AI is fucking crazy. Like you can be like, hey, I would love to see what you can do with AI, and like, are you capable of coding alongside AI, using as your tools because you like to move fast, you like to prototype things. Like, okay, I understand that maybe as a kind of preference and a requirement, but to completely deny somebody because they don't use AI at all is fucking crazy to me. Like I do think you need AI in your workflow, especially if you're going to work for companies these days. But to be the like, if you're not doing everything AI, it's a problem. It's crazy. And again, I would love to see their code base. I would love to see their code base and see what the fuck is going on in there. All right, so I want one more section here. It's going to be a lifetime deal. Let's just test this out. Let's name him Oba. Let's go test. Dashboard slash billing. All right, so that is the redirect problem. It should not be to dashboard. It should be to, should have caught that. Amber. I have a different perspective because my company hasn't incorporated any of the tools, and in my personal project, I'm just building at a different pace. I mean, you. What do you mean you have a different perspective? Because I think I'm low key agreeing with you. I said that I think that you should use AI in your kind of process and everything, and I understand why companies would want to do that. It's great for prototyping and getting features up quickly, and like scaffolding and building the kind of foundation. Even though you're still gonna want to go in there and make sure you review things and check things. So I don't know. It seems like we have the same perspective. You say your company hasn't incorporated any of the tools. I mean, damn, that's rare. Like you might be one of two companies because every company I've ever heard about is full AI, at least over here. Actually, I like this way better. Hmm. I like that. All right, that works for me. Free plan. Da, da, da. Wire up this navigation real quick. Features. Very cool. I think my footer needs it too. All right, cool. Last thing I'm gonna do. Digital Tony Montana. It is now the weekend, and it's time to start blazing. Thank God I work for myself. I mean, shit, that is the dream right there, right? It's kind of trying what I'm trying to work towards right now is being able to kind of just work on my own, work for myself, and kind of do the jobs that I want to do. Definitely. I mean, that's definitely the dream, man. Azukala, I was having this discussion with some friends. I thought I'd ask, do you think giving access to software generation tools to everyone increase or dent or decrease the demand for software? Um, from my experience as a freelancer, it increases the demand for software. Oh, yeah, it increases the demand for software because for people, especially business people or people that might have business ideas or whatever, when they hear AI generation, AI coding, they think it's as simple as prompting your AI some simple one paragraph thing and it just builds what you want and it just magically works. So everybody's like idea that they've had or for the last 10, 15, 20 years, they think that they can all realize that now. So the demand has definitely increased, but what they've also started to run into is that yeah, it's just the start of actually developing something is the AI generation and actual coding. So then the actual wiring up. So I've been able to actually get a few jobs literally off of just either fixing what AI has done for what their idea was, or basically coming to me and being like, hey, can you build this idea that I never thought I could build, or I never thought about processing, or I tried to build it with AI, but it wasn't working. Like, can you do this? So, if anything, it's definitely increased the demand for software. Does that mean software is better? Hell no. Not every idea needs to necessarily be fully realized, but if they're going to pay me to do it, I'll do it. So it's definitely increased the demand by far because now everybody feels like they can get all their dream apps or their dream software built in no time and for pretty much dead cheap almost free. Like they think they can do it for free. Basically, the main prohibitor for a lot of people and business people of building all these apps is one, they didn't have this technical know-how. Now they don't. Now they think they don't need to know the technical know-how. And two, the price, because if you're paying somebody to build things, it's going to cost money and it's going to be not cheap. And most people weren't willing to pay that price to build something that they weren't necessarily sure was going to be even worth building. But now they think that it's gonna be cheap and it's not, and they think it's gonna be easy. It's also not. So if anything, it's definitely increased demand, and if anything, it's increased the amount of work for freelancers of for fixing AI fuck ups and AI builds and completing things. And honestly, it's actually made that market stronger, at least from my perspective, because now everybody can kind of really feel like they can bring their ideas to life, and being able to like help them do that is also a big kind of boom. So yeah, it's definitely increased. I just think that a lot of people are starting to run into a problem where it's like they're running into a lot of issues that they didn't know that they were going to run into, and they didn't really understand that there is going to be this huge still technical gap between creating something that kind of works and creating something that's actually production and commercial ready. So if anything, it actually increases the demand for freelancers and people to come in and fix those things because that's leaves some major issues and some major holes in a lot of these apps, and they don't have that technical know-how, but they've already started it. So if they've already started the process of building it, now they don't want to give up on it. They just want to cross that finish line. That's where like freelancers and a lot of people can kind of fill that gap in and finish things for them. whether it's good or not. Like I have no comment on whether a lot of these apps that I built were good or not. But if they're paying, I will definitely come in there and do it. So it's definitely increasing, and it's opened a lot of opportunity for people like software developers that to not just fully rely on companies, honestly, because everybody thinks they can get an idea out. And if you market yourself the right way and you kind of have those conversations, you build that network out. Hey, I'll be like, hey, I can build you whatever you want. And I can do it faster. I tell them, but I can do it way faster nowadays because I do use AI on my end. And if it's not my personal app, yeah, I might not always put, the most, it wouldn't be the most scrutiny on every line of code like I would for something that I'm personally building. And then and honestly, I just build it on like Next.js and throw it on Vercel and let them handle that kind of back end payments and stuff. But yeah. Digital tell you 10. If I worked for any other tech company, I would have been canned by now for multiple failed drug tests. Do they still drug test for like weed and shit? Like I thought that was pretty much dead. I'm in first year business. I plan to quit soon. The first 6 months, I was so stressed. Why you trying to quit, man? You got a year in. It sound like you sound like you still managing. I definitely think it's empowered independent developers more than ever. Now you don't need massive teams to build like significant things. You can kind of build things on your own and with a small team, and it allows those people to compete in those areas that they might not have had the resources and time to compete before. So if anything, it's definitely a net positive from my kind of end, especially as somebody that's more independent and more of a go-getter, so to speak. Yeah. So like if you're definitely independent and you're like somebody that likes to just go and attack things, like this has definitely been a net positive overall. And you said to quit weed, not my work. Oh, my bad. Shit, also that quit weed. Why, man? All right. Let me check this out. Consume Pro lifetime access. Make one payment. Keep every pro feature permanently. No recurring inversion. No reverse. Limited lifetime deal. Let's see if I can't fix this filter. Tony Montana, you feel like in my line of work, if someone found I smoked weed, it would make them different about me. And if I can actually do the work, it still happens. I don't like that. In tech world, people that smoke weed are looked down on. Really? Damn. I thought most people smoked weed, That was just kind of my I guess my mind frame of a coder programmer these days is somebody that does smoke weed, and that just seems like a pretty kind of innocuous thing these days. I don't really smoke. I'm not really much of a smoker, honestly, because it just makes me tired. Like I just want to go to sleep. Getting at the lowest price will offer to max pro features for a one-time fee. All right, let me see. Garrett Stelly, what up, man? Every tech guy I know is a pod. I mean, that's kind of been my experience. Like I thought most tech people were, big smokers. I just thought that was the thing. Tony, I'm a local and private defense contractor. I mean, yeah, you're in a whole different kind of arena for sure. You're not out there just building shitty apps for people. You are literally, doing security, and I definitely see why that could affect that kind of sector. Sounds like security clearance shit you had to do. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, you're definitely in a sector that seems like that might be a little bit more intense than what I'm doing. Garrett Stelly, what is his website for? It's basically a project management SaaS app for freelancers and agencies and small businesses and business in general to basically onboard and run a client through the entire project for whatever you might have a contract for. Basically, it handles everything from messaging to tasks to everything in between, all in one place. All right, let's see. You said you work in tech in the South, though, it can be like that. Yeah, I'm out here in the West Coast and everybody smokes. So, like, I haven't heard any tech person being like they like have an issue with it. Like everybody I know out here pretty much smokes. You said you never go into work high, but you worked with an SA and private
Yeah.
nonprofit companies. I appreciate the sub or follow. Um, and private nonprofit companies, I had to tell them I smoked weed in some map job before. I mean, yeah, like I said, you're in a whole different world, and I know like that government shit is very like especially security, like very very uptight about that type of shit. But I just build I just build shitty WordPress, Shopify apps, websites for people. I don't think they care. All right, most replay. All right, limited lifetime deal ends soon. Pro lifetime access. Make one payment and keep. That's not what I said. Get in at the lowest price we'll ever offer. Lifetime access to pro features for a one-time fee. No solutions. And help shape how the platform evolves. All right, cool. $2.99. It's probably not gonna be the price. I don't know my actual prices, but I'll just put one here. I'm actually happy with these cards. With that price support because I am not offering that. $69, you know what I mean? Um, all right, free. Need some language here because I need to cover myself. Let me see. I'm gonna say, let's go. You said you have not hard to make a 6-7 joke. Amoeba 1369. What up, man? Welcome to chat. TypeScript. Yeah, I use TypeScript. I use TypeScript by default. It wasn't even something that I kind of went out and like looked to learn. It's just what came with the framework, and I actually had no idea how to use TypeScript at first. But the more you use it, the more I started to understand it, and I was like, "What?" And honestly, like learning it was one of the best things I could have done because it saves me so many headaches down the line. But yeah, TypeScript is kind of what I just fell into accidentally, but it worked out. What's my backend language? I don't really have a backend language, so I use Superbase and then I use Drizzle ORM to kind of talk directly to my database, so I don't have a completely separate backend. I just use Drizzle as my kind of go between and use Superbase, and that's kind of worked for me so far. Who came up with the 6-7 meme? That's a good question because if you've actually heard the song, it doesn't not make any sense how that became a meme, honestly. All right, I think that should be it. Getting the Azucala, you use Spring. What's Spring? Is that like Superbase? Is that another kind of backend? Like I said, like I just so like I was like, all right, let me just try this out, and I've been pretty happy with it so far. Oh, interesting. What app are you making? I'll just show y'all here in a second. Kind of walk y'all through it. But hey, an email, my contact info. Better to add me on Discord, to be honest. Cool. Just want to tell you my 10. I have to actually dust off my Discord and figure out what my account is again. But I do plan on actually starting a little Discord server for kind of like-minded people, so we can like kind of connect and promote each other's shit and help each other out where we can. Definitely, because definitely need that more now than ever. So I'll look into that. Sukla work on data conversion tools. We convert employee data to a partner ACG. Okay, that's cool. All right, problem time. Let's main soon. Be done life 6.9 pro included forever. I like this page. This page works for me. So let's wire this little button up right here. Oh, I was like, where is it? Is this React? I've only ever used Angular. Yeah, this is React. Yeah, this is React. This is a framework, React Router 7, but it is React. Framework is just kind of necessary for deep apps, honestly, from my experience. Border dash. I don't know if I want to do border dash. Angular project is massive, 3 files per component. This one was definitely supposed to start out small, definitely supposed to be small, and then it just kept growing and growing. That feature creep be happening, real life, man. Um, wonder, uh, 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 uh. Luke, how complete is that? Pretty damn complete, honestly. In terms of like my MVP version, I got all the features that I wanted and planned to implement. Basically, already set up. The last thing, which I literally just did today, and I need to just finish testing on and make sure everything is wired up properly, is my payments. But it's mostly done. So once I figure out test my payments and then I make sure all the permissions and set things are set for users based on their kind of like subscription levels, which might take another day or two. All that's left is basically completing my kind of content SEO pages. As you can see, here's my front end. I did this week. Just created a kind of a landing page. These are all placeholders, which will be replaced with actual like dummy data and pictures of the app, which I'm gonna have to do as well. I'm gonna go on there and do like a full kind of like dummy recording of how demo basically of how to use the app, and then take those pictures and put them in here where it needs to be to like highlight certain features. But overall, like the landing page is done. All of these kind of like comparison pages, all the SEO pages are pretty much already wired up. I just need to stylize and fill in the gaps in some areas. Like these need to be styled still, but like most of these are pretty much complete, minus the placeholders getting replaced. That was mostly what I was doing today, and then I'll come here and I will let's make sure this is going. All right, cool. Let's try this out. Let's come here. Already exist. Okay. All right, so redirect worked. Came here to my. So I need to put a lifetime deal here as well, but I'll do that later. So if I'll come sign out, that works. And then, for example, come here. This is your dashboard. Just to walk you through that. So this is the dashboard. This is a completed one. Maybe I'll do another one. I will sign in as him. Let me verify this app real quick. I mean, this account real quick. All right, so that's verified. Let's come here. All right, so this is just like a brand new account. So when you come here, Amoeba 1369 with SAP4, I'm about to show right now. So you come in here, right? It's your little dashboard. And let's say you are a freelancer or whatever, or you're an agency or a small team or whatever. You can come here, create a workspace basically where you can manage all of your projects and your clients. Kind of smooth thing is that you can invite other. This needs to be fixed. Let's do that real quick. Let's go. Client name, avatar, what's the name? All right, I feel that's interesting. All right, basically, you come here, just invite somebody as well. You can invite people to join your workspace, and then just join real quick. Come here. You see, as I'm already a account on here, I can just kind of join somebody else's workspace, and it allows me access to kind of their projects and tasks and whatever. And I'll go back in here. This is also good for me just to make sure things are still working with all the changes. So if I come here, obviously you can obviously add details about your kind of workspace and your business, whatever it you're doing. But if you say you want a project, you want to start something, let's go. You can assign a project lead. So like if somebody's in your workspace, you can tell them you are in control of this project, meaning like they can create tasks or whatever. So let's go to client. So within this project framework, I just basically invited a client to join this, which I will do right now. Within this kind of project space, you can also, I mean, you can basically handle all of your communications with your client that you change the timeline, change the task. So you can, main thing is you can add tasks basically. So let's see. Let's say I want to basically send this to my client onboarding form. I need you to go ahead and fill out this form and basically provide me with as much information as you can, just basically assigning tasks. So I'm going to leave